Well, hello there, everybody. How's it going? Let's see. All right. Still figuring out Restream and sort of how it's working. So if it's not working properly, my apologies, but welcome. I'm a little bit late today, but at 9 o'clock, we're going to be starting our writing sprints. Until then, we'll just be hanging out and chatting, getting prepped to do some great work. I have this morning been working with Plotter to try to make sure that I have a clear sense of what I'm tackling today. While I am absolutely 100% a pantser, I have been finding it very helpful to clearly identify the things that I want to write in a given day before I get started. And so I typically have a few, I'll put 3 to 4, well, that's maybe 4 to 5 sort of points together. And those will be, those points that I put together just end up giving me a clear sense of like cadence for moving through my scenes. It also gives me a rough sense of where I am in the various scenes. I keep getting a lot of announcements. Apparently, the way I have this all set up, I have it auto-announcing to Discord, but it like auto-announces the YouTube video and the Twitch stream and on Twitter and all of this stuff, and that's not, it's not super helpful. Anyway, so this is a writing stream. Once again, we are going to be running writing sprints starting at 9 o'clock. Before that, we're going to be hanging out and chatting and getting prepped so that we can get a lot done today. I'm in chapter 15 of a new book. It's called Iron Tyrant. The first book is probably going to be titled Chain of Feathers. I'm still working on that title. I'm not sure if it's my favorite, but it'll do as a working title. On top of that, I am, like I said, I'm in chapter 15, and my goal today is to try to get through chapter 20. We're going to run 6 streams, and I know that, or 6 sprints, and I know that I won't be able to get through chapter 20 in those 6 sprints, but that's okay. I'll be doing a little bit of work this afternoon as well. I've cleared my schedule of everything but writing today, except that at like 4 o'clock I have to take my daughter somewhere, which is okay. But I'm going to be cleaning chapter 15, 16, 17, 18 for sure. And then my goal is to maybe do a couple of chapters afterward as well. If I could get through chapter 20, I would be really happy with my progress. At that point, I'll be just under halfway done with the book, actually, which is pretty fun. Well, welcome to everybody who is watching. Welcome to the stream. All right. So, one of the things I have to do, though, is I have to go back and I have to add some sections into previous chapters, and I'm not sure when I'm going to do that. I might do that this weekend, but I realized today that there's sort of a piece that I'm missing in this manuscript. The main character is Excuse me. Sorry about that. The main character is thrown into sort of a disadvantaged situation, and the question is, why doesn't he just try to escape? And I need to identify why he doesn't try to escape. There's actually really good reason for him not to try to escape, but I don't think I've spelled it out clearly enough for the reader. And so I want to make sure that it's explicit, because otherwise that could be a real like turn off for someone who's reading through and sort of has that mental hitch of like, well, wait a second. This seems unrealistic because wouldn't he do this thing? And so being able to clearly identify those points and then address them, that's one of the things we love editing for, right? The ability to read through something, say, wait a second, why isn't this happening? And then go back and add it in retrospect. So I hope you are all going to join me for these sprints. Good morning, lady. Welcome back to our writing sprints. Today we have 6 sprints coming up starting at 9 o'clock, and we are going to, we're going to crush. It's going to be great. We're going to get a lot done. You were first. Congratulations on being first. Yeah, normally you're not, but you got here early today. Love it. Love to see it. So, question I have for all of you, what are you working on? What's happening? Sorry, I got an email and was distracted. I have this bad habit of, like, as I'm talking, clicking on emails. My brain needs constant stimulation or something. It's something like that. All right, lady, working on chapter 29. Love it, love it, love it. That's fantastic. What else we got? Who else is going to be running sprints with us? I should post in... some of the Discord servers to see if people want to come run sprints with me. Come on over. Let's work. All right. All right. So, while we're waiting, I might as well continue plotting. This is an interesting one because I'm writing a training camp story, and the pacing of it has been a little bit hard for me to figure out. The pacing on this sort of story, it's sort of like an academy story, right? Academy stories are sort of all the rage right now, and I get it, and I kind of want to do an academy story myself, but academy stories have a pacing problem that I find it really hard to get my head around. And you can see it in a lot of the new, really popular academy stories that have popped up recently. Understanding how to pace through a semester and through like from year to year is really hard. And so I think I prefer the training camp model a little bit more. Jay, thank you so much. My absolute pleasure. I hope that you continue to enjoy them. We've got a lot coming out this year. So thank you for being a reader, and thank you for sticking with me over all of the years. But we've got a lot of really cool stuff coming. In fact, 3 new series that are coming this year. So in addition to the Tower series, Battle Mage Farmer, Dreamer's Throne, I have 3 new series coming out this year, potentially even 4. I have a series called Iron Tyrant, which I'm working on right now. I'm working on the first book of, and that'll probably come out in the fall. And then I have a new series called Soul Caller that's coming out in the spring. Then I have another new series called the Exlian Syndrome that's going to be coming out in the fall. It's slated for, I think, September. And then I have potentially even a 4th new series called, I don't know what it's called yet. It's about goblins. That's all I'll say. And that one is a co-writing project, and I'm really excited about it. It's getting close to finished, with the first book at least, and I'm super excited about it. It was like probably one of the most fun books that I've written in a while. That said, pretty much every book that I write is the most fun book that I've ever written. I've realized that about myself, that I really enjoy whatever it is that I'm working on, because if I'm not enjoying it, I don't work on it. And so I have to make sure that the books that I'm writing are what I want to write. So anyway, but thank you so much for being a reader, and thank you for sticking with me, bearing with me as I juggle all of these different series. But I am convinced, I am absolutely positive that people are going to love both Soul Caller, which is a little bit different. It's a bit of a different vibe, but it really explores sort of the majesty and grandeur of nature in a way that I haven't been able to in my other books, and I'm just super excited for it. And Iron Tyrant, that I'm writing right now, I'm convinced, I'm absolutely convinced, will probably be just it'll probably be my biggest series. This, like, the pieces are just right. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll fumble it. Who knows? Hopefully not. Jay asks, will they all be coming to Audible? Absolutely, 100%. So because of the speed at which I write, I'm having a problem with a lot of my series where they're getting offset, where we're not able to do simultaneous release because the ebooks are coming out so fast, and that means the margin between when I write them and when they're published is really small. And audiobooks typically take 3 to 6 months in their production process after the book is written. And because I'm not delaying the ebooks that long, I end up staggered. But I can promise you that every single one of my books is going to be coming to Audible, whether I have to do it myself or not. So far, I've been very fortunate to have great readers on all my books, and I've just had it's been an absolute pleasure working with all of these different narrators. It's just been fantastic, and I've gotten to work with some really good companies on this as well. But I can guarantee all of my books are going to be coming to Audible. Like I said, even if I have to pay for it myself, it will happen. It's just a matter of sort of time, right? Because audio production just takes a lot longer than the ebook production. That's one of the things that I didn't really realize coming into this. And so when I set my schedule I set my schedule for like a couple of years, so I knew what the next like 3 years would look like. But when I set that schedule, I didn't take into account how long it would take for audiobook production to happen. And so that's why I have this sort of mismatched or a staggered release system or release schedule. There's also been a bit of a hiccup that I don't quite understand, which is that a few of my audiobooks this past year were bumped back, and one of them was bumped back multiple times. And I don't know why that happened. I am not privy to that information. I am not the publisher of that book or of that audiobook. I am the writer, but I am not the publisher. And so there was some issue with production or some issue with the release schedule that caused them to bump it back. I got notice the same time everybody else got notice. In every single one of those cases, I would check the day before it released, and it was all good to go. And then at some point overnight, they would bump it back. Hopefully that's not going to happen anymore. Hopefully that's going to stop. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Well, welcome to everybody who is watching the stream. Once again, this is a sprinting stream, and so we're going to be running writing sprints starting in 9 minutes at 9 o'clock. A writing sprint, if you're not familiar, is where we set our clock. You can see here, we'll set a clock for 30 minutes, well, 31 minutes. We'll play some music, and then I will walk over to my desk on the other side, and I will work until that timer goes off. And once that timer goes off, I'm going to be back over here to chat for a few minutes. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we will jump right back into it, and we will do another 30 minutes of concentrated work. I call them writing sprints because I'm going to be writing. You can do whatever you want. Just the idea is that you're spending that 30 minutes doing focused work. Writing sprints are a great way to increase your productivity. As anybody who's been showing up to these writing sprints and working with me can attest, we've been getting a lot done. It's been fantastic. It's just a great way to keep yourself on track, to work together while also being able to do focused work and not being distracted. And so I hope that all of you join me, whether you're writing or editing or doing something else. Doesn't matter. As long as you can do some focused work, that's fine. You can do push-ups. That's great. Let's see. We've got some questions here. First of all, hi, Jay. Welcome back to the stream. I'm sorry to hear that you won't be participating much because of some meetings. I understand meetings all too well. I have been doing my best to eliminate as many meetings as possible from my schedule because otherwise they take over for sure. Have a question from YouTube. Have you ever written any poems? And if you did, do you like writing poems? I do not like writing poems. I love poetry. I like reading it, and I like contemplating it. And I find it especially moving when I am both in the when I'm in a beautiful place or I have something beautiful to look at, and I also have something beautiful to read. And so I love poetry. However, I don't like writing it. My brain doesn't really work that way. Probably that's because I just haven't spent any real time practicing. I don't have a particular desire to be a poet. I don't know. There's just something about it that that doesn't strike my fancy. And instead, I have focused all my energy on writing prose. And even when I was little, I used to memorize poems regularly as part of my education. And I just found that when I started to compose poems, I would rather... I like the cadence of prose as a means of expression better than I like poetry. I don't naturally like think through rhyme, and like I don't naturally make word connections in the way that poets sort of need to. Hey man, there are a lot of J's on here. Look at all these J's. That's awesome. We're going to turn into the J squad. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If this is your first time here, I am very happy that you are here, and I hope that you will join us for some sprints. We're going to be sprinting in 5 minutes, folks, so get ready to go. I am on the East Coast, so we are Eastern Standard Time. What is my view on using imagery and metaphor in stories to describe characters or settings? Depending on the sort of book you're writing, it can be good. However, it is very easy to overuse. It is very easy to overuse imagery or metaphor, and when you do, it creates drag in your story. It slows down unnecessarily. Now, if you are writing literary fiction, that is a completely different story, because literary fiction is always going to be slower in the cadence, and so it's okay to use imagery and metaphor more heavily. But if you're writing adventure, or you're writing pulp, or you're writing something like that, then it's probably not as useful. Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it. It just means be light with it, because the point of what, like, the person who's sitting to read is looking for something, right? And so understand what your reader is looking for and give them that thing plus a slight twist to make it your own. So if you like using imagery, if you like using metaphor, that's totally fine. Just understand that what you're writing is going to determine how much you should use, if that makes sense. All right, folks, we've got a few minutes until we get started. We are going to be getting into this. I have to run real quick and grab something before we get started, because I'm a slacker and didn't prep ahead of time. So I'm going to go ahead and kick the music off. I will be back to get our sprint started in 1 second. I did it. I made it back. All right. So we are going to be getting into our stream here, or our sprints, in 1 moment. We'll be kicking off the music again, and then we will be starting our sprints. So take that deep breath, visualize what it is you're going to be working on, and get ready to go. All right. Let's get this started. 31 minutes on the clock. It's time to go. All right, that is the first sprint done. Hey, Sam, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. So we have one sprint done, folks. How'd you do? Drop those word counts in the chat if you have them. If you were doing something else, let me know how you did. Pretty good at first sprint for me. Ended up at 1,500 words. Loving it. Jacob, love to see it. 677. Let's go. Love it, love it, love it. So if you were streaming or if you were sprinting with us, I love to hear it. Putting thoughts on paper, that is a fantastic idea. 981, great. Jay, 571, awesome. Managed to finish a scene you've been struggling with. See, that is why we like these sprints. That focused attention and knowing that it isn't just going to stretch out indefinitely, but it's got a defined time. So helpful. So helpful. Love it. I have 1526 for me. That's most of a chapter, which I like. I've just about finished out this chapter, and that's going to be great. Whoops. Let's see here. So I have a couple more things to do in this chapter, and then I'm going to be jumping into the next one. So we have 6 minutes until our next sprint. Hopefully you are able to stay on a groove. All right. My mind is like spinning with what I was just writing and like where I'm going to go and how to transition into the next piece. So here's a question for you. Here is a question. I've been thinking a lot about my my focus, sort of where I'm focused. And I'm finding myself sort of split. So my question to you is, how do you manage multiple projects? I'm thinking about making a video series about this, about balancing different responsibilities as a writer. Because as a writer, you know, there are a ton of different things that you need to sort of balance. I ran across a tweet this morning that made me really sad, but it sort of typified the challenge of being a modern author. And that is that someone said I got turned down on a full manuscript request, which means that somebody read, an agent read part of a manuscript, liked it enough to say, hey, can you send me the whole thing? And then read the whole thing, but then they turned down the author. And the reason they turned down the author was the weakness of the author's platform. What? Unfortunately, there's this truth in writing today that didn't exist previously. Previously, it was assumed that the writer was responsible just for writing, making the best book possible. The problem is with social media that readers expect authors to have some sort of social presence. And worse than that, publishing companies expect authors to have a social presence. And so gone are the days when you can just write great books, send them off to your agent, and the agent sends them to the publisher, and that's sufficient. Because so much of the marketing of books is based around the platform that the author already has. And publishing companies will not put resources into building your platform. They want you to bring your own platform. And they are putting fewer and fewer resources into promoting books in general, because most book promotion is done through social media. And it's way less effective for a publishing company to be like, come buy the book. It's way more effective for the author to be like, come buy the book. And so I think that, so all what that means is that authors are being forced into this really frustrating situation where they are expected to not only be excellent at writing, but they are also expected to be adept with engaging an audience, which is a completely different skill set. And so I think I'm going to do a series of videos on this, talking about that challenge, right? And one of the core pieces of it that I'm going to be talking about is how you balance projects. How do you make sure that your projects all stay together and in line and pointing in the right direction? Because one of the things that's really easy to have happen is to have, when you have a lot of different facets to a business, they all start pulling in different directions because they have different requirements, right? We want to avoid that. But that's enough thinking about that for now. It is time, folks, for our next sprint. We're going to jump into it. 31 minutes on the clock. Let's get our music going and let's do this thing. All right, folks, that is it for our second sprint of the day. Hello, hello. Welcome, everybody, to our writing sprints. If you are new here, the way we do this is we write or work for half an hour. That's what our timer is for. Once that goes off, we talk for 10 minutes or chat, talk about whatever we want, and then we jump back into another sprint after that 10 minutes is done. Hey, Bodegazilla. Welcome to the writing sprints. A little bit slower on this sprint. Sort of feeling out my transition. Transitions are always one of the hardest things for me to do. But I am particularly happy with how things are going, so we're going to keep cranking it. "31 words in a song. Love it. Are you writing songs? That's something I've never done. I love music, but I've never been particularly good at it. And so, yeah. J531, love it. Bodegazilla, trying to figure out how to construct the frame for your story. Nice. Stoic, very few words, about 100 to 200. Still better than 0. BTZ, man, BTZ. Lady, love it. 2 pages, fantastic. This is for chapter 29, right? So cool to see everybody getting their work in. We're going to be jumping into our next sprint in 7 minutes. So you have a little bit of time to get what you need, get that coffee, get a snack, whatever it is, do some stretching, burp, whatever you need to do to get yourself ready for the next sprint. All right. All right. Like, is the kid in the bed the first person point of view who's telling the actual story? That's a great question. That's a great question. I think what we need to do is decide the outcome so we know the context of the story being told. Right? Like, to use Princess Bride as an example, the context of The Princess Bride is that it is an abridged story. It is only the good parts of another story. And so it's somebody who is recounting another author's story, but it's only the good parts, right? Okay, interesting. So this is the explanation of why the green gelato is the best, or is worth eating, how it even came to be in the first place. I do like that. Yeah, no, that's a great point. The book, I'm thinking of the book. It's only the good parts, whereas the movie is the grandfather is telling the story. That's a good distinction. I do like taking that, though. I do like stealing that idea, of the question is, do we want the kid reading it, or do we want somebody telling the story to the kid? I'm not sure. It's an interesting frame to add. It's an interesting, yeah. It was the best of gelato. It was the worst of gelato. No, it's only the best. It is only the best. All right, folks, we've got just about 1.5 minutes until we jump into our next when we jump into our next writing stream, or writing sprint. Hey, look at that. That's pretty cool. I don't know who Garrett Robinson is, but we have people connecting. That's pretty fun. All right, folks. We are just about to jump into our next stream. So take that deep breath. Think about what it is you're going to be working on, what you're going to be writing, what you're going to be editing, what you're going to be putting together. And we are going to get this started. 31 minutes on the clock is how we do it. In a second here, we're going to get our music pumping, and we're going to start this going. Let's do this thing. All right, folks. That is it for sprint number 3. We have 3 sprints left after this, but we're going to take a 9-minute break and then jump right back into it. Let me know how many words you picked up in that sprint. Or if you're not doing words, let me know what kind of progress you have made. It's always a good idea, I think, to record our progress just so we can get a good sense of momentum. That's why we do these sprints after all. Jacob Lovett, 571. Picked up 14 or 1,500 new words for this sprint, which I like. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. How about the rest of you? How is it going? All right, Jay, 300. That's okay. BT0. Jason, that's right. We go BT0. BTZ, right? Better than 0. That's what we're looking for. Every single time. Laura, so glad you joined us. Page and a half. That's great. That's fantastic. Are you going to join us for some more? I hope so. All right, folks. So we have 7 minutes until we jump into the next sprint. I'm going to take 2 minutes and I'm going to run and get some food because I didn't prepare ahead of time. And I need snacks. Snacks. Yeah, been there. Been there. Well, I will be back in like 3 minutes or something like that. So I guess I should like turn on the music or something so that there's something going on the stream. I'll be right back. All right, I got some snacks. Ha ha ha. Love it. That was a bit more than 3 minutes, but that's okay. We are going to be jumping into another sprint in 3 minutes. I got some trail mix. Love it. I got a banana. I have my favorite thing in the world, this clementine. This particular clementine. Hypothetical question. If you could write 200 books that are good but not great, or write 160 books where 150 were good but not great, and 3 to 10 on the top 25 to 250 ever written, which would you choose? Super easy. Super easy. I'd choose the second option. Absolutely. Which is actually my plan. I'm going to write a bunch of great books. Or I'm sorry, I'm going to write a bunch of good books, and they're going to be good, and they're not going to be great, and I know that already, and that's okay with me. And then, eventually, I'll get so good at writing through deliberate practice that every book I write is going to be great. And then eventually, I'll get to the point where I'm so good at writing, because I'm not going to stop. Like, I'm going to do this forever. I'll get so good at writing that I will write books that are masterpieces. And I won't have a choice. I won't have an option of not writing great books. And the reason will be because through deliberate practice, skill acquisition becomes inevitable. So that's my plan. This is definitely overripe. It's definitely overripe. And delicious. But yeah, man, deliberate practice is magic. Because I'm only having one clementine, but I'll have a banana too. Just not right now, because we're about to jump into another sprint. Maybe when I come back, I'll talk about deliberate practice. But take that deep breath. Fix in your mind what you're going to be working on. Get ready to start sprinting. We're going to put 31 minutes on the clock, folks. We are going to get ready for another sprint. This is going to be number 4 for the day. And let's get this thing started. Alrighty, folks, that is it for that sprint. We are all done with our fourth sprint of the day. Let's look at how you did. All right. Let's see how it's going. We had a couple people jump off. That's all good. Glad to see you guys got some words in before the end of it. And let me see what we're doing. Had a pretty good sprint there. An exciting fight against a boar. Jacob, love it. Love it, love it, love it. 1061, fantastic. Good job. Let's see here. So we have 2 more sprints, folks. And we are going to be getting those. And that's going to take us to about 1 o'clock. Jay, 686, love it. Lady, Paige, great. Bodegazilla, watching YouTube. I feel you, man. I feel you. Some days are like that. Some days are like that. I know you were thinking about building out a frame for the story. And that is tough to figure out where it is. Stoic, 427 for annual reviews. Hey, work is work is work, right? So as long as you're doing something, you're being productive, I think it counts. Lady, inching closer to writer's block. What specifically do you think is causing the writer's block? Hey, Julius. Welcome to the sprints. You're here in time for the last 2 sprints of the stream. Laura, hopefully your hand is cramping from lots of writing. That is the hope. Sometimes I get writer's block too. It's fairly rare though. And part of that is that when I am feeling like I'm moving closer to writer's block, more often than not, it's because I don't find what I'm writing interesting enough, right? There isn't something that sort of captured my attention. And so almost always I try to approach it from that angle. Now, that's not always the reason people have writer's block, but I almost always try to approach it from that angle. And I will typically attempt to add absurdity to what I'm writing. And that absurdity, even if it's just a little tiny bit, often gets my mind moving in terms of like, what's coming next? What's the next thing that's happening, right? There is a part of your brain called the, I think, Broca region of your brain. And it's the part of your brain that triggers when you're surprised and delighted. And so as much as possible, you want to stimulate that part of your brain, and absurdity does it really, really well. Sounds good, Bodegazilla. We'll be here running sprints, and I love that. I think what you're writing lends itself to just being marginally absurd, and so let's lean in. Love that. Jay asked a question on YouTube. Am I dictating? Has it made a massive difference in my output? Yes, and yes. I am dictating, and it has made a massive difference in my output. Genuinely massive. Stoic, thanks for finishing Battle Mage Farmer last night. That's awesome. Glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, dictation has just revolutionized my writing flow. Like really seriously. I use a script through something called Pipedream that runs through ChatGPT to do the transcription. So I believe it's Whisper AI is the transcription service, or it's the transcription model that OpenAI's GPT 4.0 uses. I think it's Whisper, or a model, a Whisper model. And that gives me a WordPerfect transcription. And then I can run it through to add the quotes, or like to add punctuation. And so it saves me on a ton of editing. Yeah, maybe I'll do a video sometime talking about my process. I'm still not solid enough on it that I feel comfortable being like, this is the thing to do. But I think if I frame it as like, hey, this is just what I do, I think maybe that would be good. I know a number of people who are using it. It works really, really well. Most people don't use it quite as aggressively as I do, in that there is a major downside to things like dictation. And that is that when you start doing something that increases your productivity, you naturally dial back, because often it takes so much more effort to be highly concentrated and high productivity. And so one of the real challenges last year was I started this dictation thing. It like tripled my writing speed. Like, not joking, it tripled my writing speed. And I still know that I still have space to grow. But I then started spending less hours writing. It used to be that I would sit down and I would write for 8 to 10 hours, just straight, like nonstop, 8 to 10 hours. And I was fine. And that was great. And then I realized that I could turn out the same number of words in a fraction of the time. But what I ended up doing was just writing for a fraction of the time, or dictating for a fraction of the time, right? And so now I'm in the process of scaling that up and scaling up the number of hours that I'm actually writing, so that I'm actually taking advantage of the extra production. Laura, 411 words, love it. Well done. I hope you didn't count all of those by hand. Like, I hope you didn't count all of those individually. If you're writing by hand, that seems like a lot. All right, folks, we are just about to jump into our next sprint. This is the 5th sprint of the day. I hope you all join me in doing that. Let's get 31 minutes on our clock. And we are about to go. Take that deep breath. Fix in your mind what it is you're going to be working on. Get that focus rolling, and let's do this.
about it right now, everything's okay. No matter where you find yourself, no matter what kind of stuff is going on in your life, underneath it all, everything's actually alright. You're okay. You have more power than you might be giving yourself credit for. And if you have something that's going on in your life right now that's challenging or painful, it's just a reminder to take a little bit better care of yourself. Because you're worth it. You can have this feeling anytime you choose.
Alrighty, folks. That is it. How'd we do? Let me know those word counts. Had a pretty good run there. Let's see what we got for this last sprint. About 1,500 new words once more. Laura, you counted them all by hand. Ha, ha, ha. That's pretty funny. Jacob 712, love it. Well done. Well done, well done, well done. All right, folks, we are done with our 5th sprint of the day. We have one more sprint for this stream, and then we're going to be done. I'm pretty happy with where I am. I think it's going well. It's going well. Still a little bit off what I'm aiming for, but that's okay. Julius, 359 words. Programming, writing, doesn't matter. David, welcome. So glad you're here. Lady, finished chapter 29. Fantastic. I love it. Well done. All right, folks, we have one more sprint coming up, which is going to be awesome. Super excited for it. Super excited for it. All right. So one more sprint for this stream. Let's talk a little bit about upcoming schedule. Tomorrow, I won't be streaming. And I won't be streaming, which is unfortunate, because I like these streams. They're very helpful to me. But I won't be streaming because I have to take my foster son to a visit, which is important to do. So I'll be out Friday, and then I have a bunch of stuff in the afternoon that I have to do as well. So I'll be out Friday, but I will be back on Monday. Monday and Tuesday of next week, I will be streaming. Excited for that. Again, full day streams. That is 8:30 start time. 9 o'clock we get started sprinting, and then that'll take us up till 1 each day. And then, so Monday and Tuesday I will be doing that. I think on Tuesday I'll be doing that. Not 100% sure. But Monday, Tuesday, I'll be sprinting up until 1. Wednesday, I will not be sprinting. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I will be traveling. The following week, I will be traveling the entire week. So I will not be sprinting then either. So a week and a half off. Bodegazilla, yes, I do want to read that. Do you want me to read it on stream? Because you could totally send it to me, and then I would read it on stream. Up to you, though. Isaac, awesome. 7 miles run in total, man. I wish I could run like that. I can't run. It makes my legs hurt. And I'm a wuss. That's what it is. But very well done. So glad that you're doing that, man. So I will be gone for about a week and a half. I won't be running these streams. I might try to let me pull that up. I might try to do something over that time, because I know it's super annoying to not have something consistent, but I'll be in Europe, so I can't do it. We could try and stream from the travel destination. Maybe I'll look into that. Maybe I will look into that. I don't know any other Sprint streamers, Jacob. I am super new to this community. I know that there probably are some, but I don't know who they would be. All right, let me find this. All right, I think I'm in the right file. GNG 10251. Is that correct, Bodegazilla? All right, let's go. It was April the 42nd or 72nd, something like that. I couldn't really remember the day because I was a bit whacked out of my head. I'd been playing baseball and the ball had come off of Robbie Bingham's bat at ridiculous speed. It smacked me straight in the face. I did, in my defense, catch the ball on the rebound, though, and got that last out for the inning. I was pulled from the game for obvious reasons. It was hard to stand up and even harder to pitch when you're laying down and seeing double. I went to the doctor and was diagnosed with a concussion. They took me home. My mom had to work. She couldn't just take the time off to sit by my bedside and help me stay awake. That meant that my grandfather had to come over, Grandpa Eli. I remember that the rain was tapping out a pattern on the window. It was a melody, something of a backdrop to the throbbing in my head. You put the two together, and it almost made horrible music. I was sitting in bed, feeling hot and cold, wishing I had something to do, but I couldn't watch anything. I couldn't read anything, and I couldn't close my eyes because I wasn't allowed to go to sleep. There was a knock at the door. Not the nice sort of thing, but the kind of hard pounding. I knew immediately it was going to be Grandpa Eli. Grandpa Eli only knew how to knock one way, and that's serving search warrants. He pushed the door open before I could say anything, and he stood there in the doorway, a big smile on his face under his giant mustache. His presence was as commanding as one of the ancient city guardians he used to talk about finding in the depths under the city. He had this sort of old-world charm about him, a no-nonsense demeanor wrapped in layers of story and wisdom that were somehow all inappropriate for a kid like me. For a kid like me at that age. "All right, kiddo," he grumbled, his voice rough like gravel but tinged with warmth. It was different when I saw him speaking to adults. He had a bowl in one hand filled with some sort of bright green slop. "According to your mom, well, according to your doctor, I'm supposed to keep you awake and get some grub on you. Let me tell you, it won't be easy, but I got just the right thing here. But I got just the thing right here." I squinted at the bowl, trying to see if there was something hidden under all the green stuff. "What is that, Grandpa? Is that like broccoli soup or something?" Grandpa Eli just laughed and pulled up the chair next to my bed, looked through the pile of clothes that I had stored on it. He gave me a look. "What's this? Clean up your room. I mean, maybe after you're sick. You clean it up." He just tipped the clothes off, slid the pile under my bed, and then sat down. He crossed his legs, and he put the bowl on my nightstand. "Trust me, kid, this is not broccoli stew. It ain't no salad, it ain't no pudding. This is..." He looked from side to side, as if there was someone who might be listening in. He leaned in and he said, "This here is Grub's Gelato." "Grub's Gelato?" I asked. "What is it, grass-flavored? Like what? Can't I just have some chocolate ice cream? Or even like a peanut butter sandwich or something?" Whoa! You want to take a peanut butter sandwich over this gelato? Are you out of your mind? What am I hearing? Who are you? Who is this kid I used to know? Who is this kid? I used to know... Who is this kid I used to know was my grandson who loved ice cream, and now he wants to take a peanut butter sandwich over the greatest gelato known to man? Or Efford Wharf? The greatest flavors of all the world found in one strange little gelato? Oh my goodness. Gods above, listen to me and bring back my grandson. "I'll try it," I said, interrupting his diatribe before he could truly go off. "This stuff was special, Jamie," he continued. "You want me to tell you about it?" I stared at it, and halfway to the spoon, figured maybe if I listened to a story, I'd either see it melt and I wouldn't have to eat it, or he'd forget that he had brought it and I wouldn't have to eat it. Either way, that was preferable to eating the green sludge. "It's a story about gelato?" I asked. "No, it's a story about a lowly goblin who didn't want to be what he was, And so he dreamed big, and he did something that no one ever thought a goblin could do. He turned the entire world upside down, one scoop at a time. A goblin making gelato? I asked. Oh, Grandpa Eli said, leaning back in the chair, creaking under his surprising bulk. You'd be surprised. Goblins still make this gelato today. Same place, same recipe. Hell, there's stories that Grub, the goblin, is still there overseeing it. But the story takes place a long time ago, in a place that's kind of far away, and when the world was different than it is now. You see, you think you know about goblins because you have stories about them, and you meet a few of them in the streets, but they're not the same as they were back then. They're different. Back then, everything was different. You got to remember, this is back before I was there. His story is out there. He had smarts, ambition, and a taste for something that was more than just raiding and causing mischief. Back then, we thought of goblins as monsters, dangerous beasts hidden in the darkness. We didn't know who they really were. But this one little green guy, he made his tribe into something more. It's a legacy that's lasted right up to this weird green goop you're staring at. So, maybe you'll take a bite and I tell you a story, and somewhere along the way, you're going to realize you're better. Reluctantly, I grabbed a spoonful of gelato, and my grandfather smiled and started to tell a story. That's fun. That's super fun. So we are going to be kicking off our sprint here in a couple of minutes. But I want to say one of the things that I love about this sort of what I love about this sort of narrative is how much world building you can piece into it without ever being explicit. I think that, yeah, no, I think there is a voice in there, and I think it's good. Like you said, needs a little bit of tuning, but with some editing, I think that's a really fun. That's a really fun voice, and it harkens clean or like well enough to Princess Bride without having the same exact setup. That like having a close enough setup but being just different enough that it's still going to give people the vibe, right? Of this is the kind of story it is. And I like it. Man or elf or dwarf. Yeah, I figured it was something. I just read it as is, without trying to correct too much. But all right. So we're going to be jumping into our sprint in 1 minute. This is going to take us right up to 12:55, so we will still be ending before 1. Thank you all for listening to that opening. Bodegazilla, I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. Elford Wharf is now the name of the town. We are doing it. All right, folks, let's get ready to jump into our sprint. It is time to go. Get our music started. 31 minutes on the clock. And let's do this thing. All right, folks. Let's go. That's it. That was it for the last sprint of the stream. Pretty happy with how things went. Final word count for me is 9,052 words. Love it. Hey, Ryan. How you doing? All right. Lady, page and a half of chapter 30. Love to see the progress you're making. David, 680. Fantastic. I love to see it. Well, folks, we have come to the end of our last sprint for this stream. Remember, I won't be streaming tomorrow, but I will be streaming Monday and Tuesday. Thank you so much for joining me with these writing sprints. It's been a blast. Seriously. Really happy with how today has gone. 9,052. I'm just shy of my 10,000 words a day that I'm aiming for. So I'm going to do a little bit later this afternoon and we'll be good to go. Jacob 676. Love it. Absolutely. It is my pleasure to run these streaming sprints for you folks. I find them super helpful. And so I hope you do as well. Hey, Laura, that is awesome. Another 270. Love to see those words coming in. Julius 422. Fantastic. Well done, everybody. It's so awesome. So awesome. Hey, that's the power of sprints, Laura. That is the power of writing sprints. Well done, though. Fantastic job. All right, folks. That's going to be it for me. I'm going to jump off, and I will see you not tomorrow, not Saturday, not Sunday, but Monday. Come back, join in on Monday. Have a great weekend, and I will see you next time.